Fred Meyer makes it easier than
One, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh my goodness. One, thank you, Kelly. Let me get the proper artwork out. There's almost like too much to work on, and too much to work on, not enough time, not enough organization. Kelly, thank you for showing up. Oh, did you really, Mystic Blossom? You went and you saw the movie. I enjoyed it. It's a little overhyped, but I enjoyed it. It was a fun time. Very fun time. Okay. No, I saw the score chance draws. The last time I checked, US was up 1-0 against Bosnia. Mystic Blossom, did he seriously produce that movie? Did James Wan really produce it? If so, I must have missed that part. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Hold on. No, I don't want to. Alright. I'm here. I'm here. Two to O is even better. Nice, nice. He was one of the producers. I must have missed that part. I mean, I guess that's not really that much of a surprise, but definitely one of the most fascinating movies, especially as far as the box office is concerned, with Obsession. Part of the reason I went to go see the movie was just because of the numbers it was raking in. I'm a horror movie fan. I generally like horror movie with a little bit, some comedy and a little bit of like monster style, but the movie had already been out for, I think, at that point 3 or 4 weeks, and it was still doing good. So at that point, I figured, you know what, I gotta go and see this movie. It's there's really no other movie quite like it as far as box office earnings. I'm doing pretty well, Kaylee. Just very, very busy in the meantime, which is why I've been away from stream. Just been busy for the most part, working IRL stuff. I'm glad to finally be back here. Hold on, let's turn the music down a little tiny bit. There you go. Now you can hear me. Okay. And with this, so I have about, I wrote it down about 2 days ago. I think about 5 art projects that I need to get done, 5 and or more, but I don't feel like working on them right now. How are you doing, Kayla? I hope you're doing well too. Mystic Blossom, Chance Draws, Aha, Erica. No, excuse me. Hope everyone's doing well. We have dang, the song's old. We do have this one that needs to get done. It's still not quite done. It's something that I've been touching when I have just a little bit of free time. I want to get it done. It is gonna get done. I just, you know, I don't know if this is really what I'm feeling for tonight though. And then we also have this one over here, which is what we were working on for the Commander Biscuit, and it's basically done as far as the inks go. But if I just kept looking at it thinking like, I don't know. I wanted to color it, so it's kind of like a back burner drawing. I wanted to color her, but I ran out of time. Put a little bit more light on that. There you go. Harpy Lady from Yu-Gi-Oh! But anyway. I think we'll just maybe do a little bit of sketching in the meantime. Sketching, hold on. Let me get a subject. Give me a second. Hey, Wallace Lovecraft, thank you for showing up, fool. Yeah, it's between a bunch of different stuff. It's like personal projects. There's personal projects, commissions, like one or two like long form outstanding projects that just been kind of relegated to being on the back burner, but plenty to do.
Unreroute the rivers, let the damned water be. There's some people down the way that's thirsty, so let the liquid spirit free. The people are thirsty because of man's unnatural hand. Watch what happens when the people catch wind, when the water hit the banks of that hard, dry land. Liquid spirit.
Thank you for that streak there, Wallace Lovecraft. I appreciate that. I'm gonna get to work here real soon. Hold on. I'm finding a subject.
Liquid spirit. Liquid spirit. Clap your hands now.
Yeah, number of projects.
Liquid spirit.
The heat wave, yeah. I've been talking about that here on stream. I hope everyone's been doing well as far as the weather is concerned. I know there's a heat wave going on right now. Okay, I think I got one. Okay. I think I got one. Let's see how this goes. Okay, we're going to play a game we haven't played in kind of a long time called Guess What Spider is Drawing. One second, I'm still here, didn't go nowhere. We'll find it. Let's go. Okay. Okay. All right. I got it. So much stuff. All right. Finally, let's do some drawing. Alright, first one to guess what I'm drawing gets a gold star. I think everyone knows this stuff.
First I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong. I grew strong. I learned how to get along. I saw you back, 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 I will survive. Yeah.
One second.
Pump the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more. Get the party going on the dance floor. See, cause that's where the party's at. And you find out if you do that. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day. A place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day.
Hey, Splaz, what's up, fool? Just chilling and doing kind of art procrastination. We're not working on any outstanding projects. We're just chilling and working on some sketches. Just sketching something for now. Oh, really? Hey, I know that you're part and partial to Biscuit's sphere of things, but if you want to post in the Discord or post in chat or anything, like what'd you come up with, man? Like, no pressure too either. Just doing art, fucking art approach and shit like that. Damn, really? You're already getting started on next month's? Biscuit already posted he did like a composite Snake Eyes Storm Shadow. It's literally the first of the month and he's already posting like his art for Ninja, like making me feel like I'm behind even though it's the first of the month. Hey, what's up, Retro? Glad you made it here, man. Hey, sorry, what's up, man? Glad you made it here. Thank you for that hydration, Retro. We just chilling for now, but I hope you're doing good, man. No. Take your call. I got you. Headbutt your Sega? I mean, if you want, it might not work as good next time you boot it up. Your Sega Dreamcast or your Sega Genesis? There we go. A newer Sega console. They haven't made a new console in like decades. Newer, not new. So you mean like latter, one of the latter consoles. Didn't Sega come out with a handheld at one point? I feel like they did. Game Gear, why couldn't I think of that? The Game Gear. And the Nomad? I know Atari put out the Lynx, and wasn't it the Jaguar? If I got that right. And it was kind of like the late 90s handheld boom, so Atari, Sega, Nintendo were all trying to jump in on the craze. The Lynx handheld and Jaguar is a 64-bit. It was not 64-bit. That's what you're. Oh, okay. I think I gotcha. The Lynx. Yeah. When's the last time you heard the name of the Lynx evoked, sire? Hey, what's up, Nove? Found it. Nice. Oh, the Mega Drive. Okay. We's talking Game Gear, but talking Mega Drive. Like a Mega Drive. April. What was April's theme? It was... Oh, April. It was the ape themes one. Yeah. April, yeah. Oh, hey, Cyrus, since you're here, I want to see something cool. Hold on. Allway. You mean Amway? Amway? Is it one of those, like, pyramid schemes? It's not that cool. You've already seen it. The Mega Drive that had about 80 built-in games. How economic. Slaz. Slazzy boy. This is the very, very thin folder that I keep specific art in. And I know I got... Remember this one. I had to think about this one for a second because there's like so much art going around. Nove was in here just a second ago. It's like, damn, he just has the... Sire has a kind of a cultive personality about him that just makes him so attractive to an artist. It's very, very strange, very strange. It's a strange piece of art. And you know what? Like, if I can blab about this for a second, so I don't like the background. It's actually a mixture of airbrush and marker. And this red that's going on here, like you can, if you zoom in, you can actually see there is a browner, darker red there, but it didn't come out that good. It did not come out that good. Anyway, coloring ability is not quite up to snuff. Most recent piece in Big Dick Sword. Hey, I'll check it out. Slaz, nice, man. Vicky's just pumping out artwork these days. This passion fruit drink tastes like beer. Tastes like beer. Yeah, you know what, Sire, it looks all right. I'm pretty critical of that one, but it's kind of a Skelly's folder, you know, the ever-growing Skelly's folder. So, and Nove is just pumping them out, drawing everyone catching these art hands. Art hands, yeah. It's called inspiration, artistic inspiration, and it can strike when you least expect it. Kind of a beautiful thing, actually. Hold on, let me get one of these. Since no one else will. There we go, there we go. Fucking, what do you mean that doesn't count? It doesn't count as doing art? Doing art of people? I don't know why it wouldn't. We're doing this Omogand style because it's Omocade July. 1st of July, Omocade. We will take a peek at what Slaz is doing here in just a second. Meme art, still art. Meme art is still art. Graffiti art is still art. Commercial art is still art. Propaganda art is still art. Where am I? I am right here. Thank you for the redeem, Spider. No problem, Spider. Wherever you are out there in the wild world of things, I hope you're doing well too. Cheers, people. It's a Wednesday, July 1st. Cheers. Sorry, I think that maybe you are, and I can't really speak about it too much, but you seem to be a kind of a maybe the glue of the Skellies. I think my headcanon is that you are the original Skelly, which is why I drew you as such. You're the original Skelly, and I have to recognize that and pay it forward for introducing me to a very humble and welcoming community. I'll say what I always say. I try in my own small way, especially when it comes to my own art, right? I try in my own small way. I know that there's a kind of a stylistic element to it, but that's not really what concerns me. Keep making art. Keep making all the meme art. Keep making memes. Keep eating everyone out there, keep eating your Chinese takeout. You ever see those kind of an art stereotype, especially like back in the day, where you see like an artist and he says, "Oh, I'm inspired," and then he's just like, just whacking the canvas with a paintbrush because he's inspired. That's actually real. That's why I think it's funny. Being artistically inspired, like spur of the moment, it's almost even a little bit hard to describe. It's almost like a running high. If that makes any sense. Art brain blast, yeah, of a sort. Memes make the world go round, of a sort, yeah. Trying to locate the right head shape for this character. It's very distinct. Meme art. Damn. I don't think I've made like meme art for. I'm not really sure. I wouldn't really consider making like Skelly's art memeable, meme status, rather. Hold on. quick and easy. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. You, like I mentioned earlier, you're using Procreate, and it seems tailor-made for getting art done really quick and really, I want to say cleanly. It looks really clean when you push something through Procreate from what I've seen other people produce. It's good. And I like Sadism, which is why I'm a CSP user, you know. And that is my first and only art program too. Yeah, she has been sire. And it makes me like feel the pressure, which is good. I'm proud of Nove, and I'm happy that she's able to produce so quickly. I wish I could produce as quickly, but I kind of ebb and flow between taking my time between pieces and then just like busting them out. And then I reached a certain point where I was getting so fast with my turnaround that I didn't like them. You know, it just looked like half-ass work. So I had to slow it down a little bit and recalibrate myself artistically, as pretentious as that might sound, but it's true. So I don't know. I'm glad that she has such a quick turnaround. I think I probably mentioned that the most. Her turnaround's very, very quick, and that's nice. Procreate is nice. I wouldn't know. Maybe I should download it. I've been thinking about giving it a try. I want to equate CSP to almost like Adobe level, Photoshop level of settings. It's more tailor-made for the artist, but it's in its design, its UI is a little bit more Photoshopian or Adobean, if that makes any sense, which makes it a little more, I think, tricky to learn, especially considering that I'm really only using it for coloring. I'm not using it for line art. Nearly says, yeah, no, I completely understand. The one I'm working on lately is I got I got this one drawn a while ago, and it's a little bit more of an experiment, just because I drew this. I wanted to draw this, but I'm still coloring this one on CSP right now. Like currently, it's ongoing. So it's a little bit of an experiment, just kind of fooling around. Eventually, that one will get colored. Adobe Fresco, damn, Killy, going back in time. Adobe Fresco era, damn. Don't be me, I use art hacks. If there's nothing wrong with tips, techniques, or secrets, you know, that can help expedite the artistic process. You don't have to feel that guilty, I don't think, Nove. Slam out, pose, and hope for the best. It's not that bad. Your anatomy is getting better. I can see it getting better. Chaos art, yeah, KLGs. Adobe Fresco. Geez, I remember back in the Halcyon days, back in the ancient days when Spider was back in school, I even got to use Adobe Premiere, not Fresco. And we didn't use Photoshop then, but we did use Adobe Premiere for video editing, which was lots of fun. Hey, Expansions Art, thank you for showing up. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of sketching for now. We're playing Guess the Subject. Check out what I'm drawing. We're getting there very slowly but surely. It's not a hard piece of artwork. I think the hardest part is the adaptation. Paint Tool Sai, yeah, I know you mentioned that earlier, Nove Nomad. Paint Tool Sai, I think, was a lot of people's first art program. I don't know if you ever heard of Ibis Paint. I fooled around with that a little bit, but Paint Tool Sai is a lot of people's training wheels for some of the bigger art programs out there. And After Effects while in school. Hey, nice, Kaylee Avatar. Yeah, me too. It was Premiere with After Effects. It was both of those ones. Ibis Paint threw me off. Okay, so you do know. Okay, Kaylee, if you know how to use Premiere and After Effects, then you're probably a pretty good video editor, I would say, at this point. Perfect. Yeah. It might be a little bit hard to remember, but I think I carry the same philosophy with, traditional tools like pencils, markers, and, paints. The tool works for you, not the other way around. Sometimes when I'm messing around with the settings on CSP, it feels like I'm slaving away at trying to get the tool to know who I am, which is a very bizarre feeling. I've never really had that feeling. But with something as simple and efficient as like a pencil, I don't need to do that. But at the same time, like I always say, the tool works for you. So I do whatever I want with it. I abuse it. Sometimes I baby it, but it always works for me. And applying that same philosophy to digital tools has been definitely a learning experience, I'd say. Sometimes it feels like you're working for and working under a CSP, or maybe Paint Tool Sai, or whatever you're using. You make your own brushes. Now I can kind of understand that too, especially if you know how to dry brush a little bit. Kind of get used to using your own tools, like, what is it? Probably right here. Yeah. You're trying to ink something, or at least my own approach is as far as texturing goes, it doesn't matter if you're using a sponge or your own thumb, your skin, or even a literal brush, which I have right over there. But just as long as it's creating the texture that I need for the inking that I'm doing, and we've succeeded. So it's kind of like it's the same thought process. I'm creating my own brush, my own digital brush at that point. Get to the point of making my own brushes. Absolutely, Kayla. What are you using? What are you geeking on these days as far as digital art goes? it's therapeutic making your own tools. Come out of drawings. Covered in graphite. I've done the same thing. Absolutely. Graphite is kind of my probably my most chicken noodle soup medium. It's just always really comfy to come back to graphite. When I get kind of inundated with doing this kind of stuff like ink work or coloring work, like alcohol markers or painting, it's always nice to, and here I'm saying it again, recalibrate myself and just do a graphite, just do straight up graphite, just a pencil drawing. Just don't worry about inking, don't worry about like blocking out the shadows or the coloring or anything like that. It's always nice to come back to graphite. It's very homey, very comfy for me. Yeah, Kaylee. What are you using for digital these days? Digital art. Still looks wrong. Using an iPad? No, I meant like the software that you're using. A wooden pencil, so I never really colored things traditionally. It's why I go so ham on digital. But really, you don't like wooden pencils? I will say, as far as the like the tactile element of pencils, it is kind of an acquired taste. I will say though, like everyone's conditioned to use pencils and or pens just because most people, like 95% of people, go to school, public school, charter school, something like that, right? So we get used to holding like the weight of a pencil or a pen in our hands. Now that I'm older, I can probably say that weight matters a little bit more. See, like this is one of my digital pens, right? And it feels so light. It's not bad, but balance does matter. And even this one right here, this pencil is lighter than that pen right here, which is kind of why it's nice to have things like this, or even I don't have it here. There's another one that I have. So even just altering the weight by putting an eraser at the end, it feels a little bit better, if that makes any kind of stupid sense. The feeling of the tool does matter, is all I'm saying. Marker access, yeah, Nove, alright. We'll see. I'm excited. Oh, you're still using Fresco. Okay, I gotcha. Damn. You touch the raw wood, really, Nove? It's not that bad. And you know what? Use one of these. Use a lead holder if that bothers you so much. It's metal, feels great. It's a heavy tool, and the grip is, I mean, they still make these. This one's an old model, but the grip is still textured so that you can hold it right. You know, if you want to use traditional, right? Use a lead holder. Works great. This is the preferred tool for many comic artists and many architects and draftsmen. This is what they use. So, and the tool, the pencil, the tool, the brush, whatever, it does matter. I mean, that's exactly what you're talking about. The fear of anime. Let's see, what do I got? Well, you know what? We'll switch it up to the 2H. So this is a container of 2mm leads, which is what this tool holds, is the 2mm leads. Oh yeah, these. Oh, they. This has been. This one I think came from. I think this one came from either the 90s or the late 80s. This one's been around. This one's been kind of in the family for a while, but they still make this exact same thing. It's just a 2mm lead holder, but this specific brand has been kind of the Excalibur of 2mm lead holders, if that makes any sense. Lead holder when I'm working on the comic I'm working on. Hey, nice. Yeah, this is a pretty old one. Yeah, I got this one handed down to me. Comic, I know, I need to work on my comic too. Someday, when I'm done with satisfying my own personal projects, but then also the commissions and everything, you know. Damn. Oh, nice. You and your sister working on that's awesome. That's awesome. She had a ballpoint pen and napkins. Hey, you know what? Like, there's still a lot of artists out there that kind of specialize in, I hate saying lower tools, but like things like Crayola crayons and ballpoint pens, like the Bic ballpoint pens. There are artists specifically out there that just use those, and then they pump out this, great stuff. So it's not really so much a matter of like, oh, the tool, right? It's more so the person behind the tool. You can bust out some pretty amazing artwork with a stick and a beach. Fish bones ain't nice. Big pens and using them for drawing that just feels right. That's true. And you can, I mean, if you're just drawing on paper with a big pen, you can get a lot of line weight with just the kind of paper you're using or just the kind of pressure you're putting down on the pen. It's not actually a bad tool. It's just, it's like the kind of the ugly duckling of art tools. No one thinks about using it as an art tool, but it's utilizing it to make awesome artwork is definitely there's a punk element to it, because it's the tool that no one thinks about to use art. But literally, the big pen, there might be more big pens than pencils, out there right now in the world. Discussion with ballpoint and you understand them. Hey, nice. The Daiso, the brand? No, oh, at the Daiso. Oh, okay. Well, that's only if there's one around you, right? Daiso. You know what? There's actually some pretty okay stuff you can get over there. Like, I got this one. Literally, I was in the Daiso like a year ago, and they just have this sitting there, right? It's a 4B. It's an artist 4B from Hitbosh. I don't know if you can read it. Kita Bushi Hit. And Japan, they have some pretty keen art supplies. I'm not gonna lie about that. So it was kind of nice. That's only if you have Daiso around you. He just melted me want to work on some not sexy women. Hey, Nove, do some more art. I know your turnover rates are really high right now. If you're inspired, do it. That's awesome. I'm gonna be here just yapping. And maybe I'll get some artwork done too someday. Needless to say, this one will not be a ballpoint pen. Kind of a weird looking face, but it's coming together. Hey, what's up, Erica? How'd the Mecha Chameleon go? Yeah, I got some expansions art. I got some stationery, some pencils, and there's a couple other things over there at the Daiso that was pretty good. Like, they even have stamps over there, bro. College supplies even on the cheap side. Yeah, even on the cheap side. And you know what's cool about that is that Japan just has a really, really different culture when it comes to people making art and the artist in general. It's not like America. It's not like the States. The regard and the customs involved with artistic endeavors and artistic people, it's different. Very, very different. Some were good, some were bad. All right, I got you. I didn't know you could create your own map. Nice, nice. No, you're good. Expansions art. I was just saying that TLDR, Japan, and kind of really more so by extension, like East, they view being an artist very differently. So that's why there's kind of a different regard for artists and art supplies as far as what you can buy in the store, right? Especially at the Daiso. Who are we drawing tonight? We don't know yet. Aha, Erica. No one's actually guessed. I know who I'm drawing. Would it be easier if I did this? Yeah. Is it better if there's both on the page? It's gonna get obvious here real soon. I'm trying not to make it too obvious, but I think it's pretty easy to get, in my own opinion, right? No. Oh, okay. Oh, shoot. Who was first? Nove got it first. All right. Yeah, okay. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? William and Mandy. Billy. Yeah. Billy. William and Amanda. It's like them when they're in their 20s. William and Amanda. Damn. Bob and Jill, yeah. William and Jillian. Could you imagine like some like whacked out Netflix series of Billy and Mandy, except they're in their like 20s or 30s, probably 20s, right? Mid 20s. It's like very low hanging fruit. It's like the nostalgia market is very ripe right now. You could do that, make some money. Netflix, come on. Although I will say William's head looks a little big here. I think maybe we need to shrink it down just a tiny bit. His huge head on him. Kaylee, they'd get you for sure. Yeah, Billy and Mandy was a pretty good one. You remember this? Like, we're going way back in time. Does anyone remember Evil Con Carne? And I'm not even sure how good I remember that show, but Evil Con Carne made cameo appearances on Billy and Mandy, which is kind of neat in its own way. I don't know if anyone recalls that. It's kind of a parody of the man, I don't want to say James Bond evildoers, like just a bunch of bumbling idiots trying to take over the world. So Billy and Mandy, I've been called the biblically accurate. I want to say I like artist, but so it's cartoon. How do you render the cartoon in a kind of a more semi-realistic comic book style? That's kind of what I'm trying to do without making it look too absurd. And of course, Billy has the huge ears. Yeah. You remember the title? So like expansions art. I don't know. Like, we're going so far back in time. I don't even know if I remember legitimately any of the Evil Con Carne episodes, but I do remember the characters from the show showing up in this show, right? Hey, Senex Savoya. Oh, I'm Shupida, man. What's up, Senex Savoya? Glad you showed up, man. Ingredients for dinner. What's on the menu tonight, Slaz? Hey, I don't know if you have a rice cooker, but if you get yourself a rice cooker, you will never go hungry. And they're pretty cheap. I know it sounds like a stereotype coming from maybe an Asian guy, but kind of the truth. Never go hungry. Chicken veggie soup, there you go. What is it? Like $2 for a can, 2 minutes in the microwave, boom, instant dinner. Picking off 8-ball. Hey, playing poor now, Senex Savoya? Real's playing poor right now, man? That's how I'm reading that. Oh, you prep everything. Nice, even better. You mean it's actually good food? Instead of just, like, microwave canned soup? I'm drawing like a movie actor. What does that mean? I choose people. Homebody, not a lazy boy. Lazy body. Smurfing them, you got the geometry game on lock, man. Yeah, I dig it. Nice, nice. Although there's just something about playing pool in like a pub or a billiards hall that's just macho. Hella fun. It's like home. Dang. You're making me nostalgic. Talking about homemade food, like from back in the day, you know. Here. Hey, Expansions Art, thank you for showing up, man. I appreciate that. We're just gonna keep chipping away at this thing. We're just chilling for now, but I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Get some good food in ya, some good rest. See you on the next one, okay? Yeah, no. Gotta get yourself a rice cooker. Like, if you want to buy secondhand, like literally, go inside your thrift store, your local thrift store, your Value Village, your Goodwill, whatever. Like, probably 7 out of 10 times, you probably find a rice cooker in there. They're pretty disposable, but at the same time, they're invaluable. Damn, settings away. Nice. We'll have to get together one of these days and play some pool or maybe some golf. Are you good at like golf with your friends? Yeah, Expansions Art, man. Oh, aha, Eric, are you kidding me? Yeah, absolutely. It is much superior than a stovetop. I mean, obviously with a stovetop, like with anything that you're cooking on the stove, you have immediate control over it, but even still, I recommend the rice cooker will get that stuff done in like 25 minutes. And it's perfect, fluffy, exactly the way you need it. Here. Top. It's also easy to mess up, and like if you're doing on stovetop, you can also run the risk of burning the bottom, unless you want the bottom burned. I don't think you do, but stovetop, especially with rice, you have to keep constant surveillance of it. Just literally rice, pot, water, and wash it, of course, but boom, done, instant. Oh, you're shitty with golf, damn. Thanks, Savoy. Maybe that'll even the playing field. We're both pretty shitty with golf then, huh? 16 minutes? Well, you're cooking, what are you cooking, long grain, short grain? Okay, look, Erica and everyone at large. No one is asking for you to buy the like $120 like the Sunbeam, or the Fuji. There's like a Japanese brand, the Fuji something. But yeah, you don't have to break an arm and a leg to buy a rice cooker. Like literally, it's a heating element underneath like a Teflon bowl. Like you don't need the fanciest model at all. Like even just buying a cheap rice cooker, like literally like a cheap department store rice cooker, that will take you pretty far. Not gonna lie. It's just a heating element underneath a Teflon bowl. That's it. Long grain jasmine. Ooh, gotta get some short grain. Haley, gotta get some short grain rice. Hey, long grain is alright, but it's not sticky. It's kind of long and dry and kind of bland, not sweet. Gotta get yo short grain rice. Try it, Kaylee. Try cooking some short grain rice in your pan on the stove. See how that works. I will say to everyone out there, it's definitely worth getting yourself a rice cooker. Like, stovetop, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's convenient to just pour the water in and let it cook for 20-25 minutes while you're, busy cooking up your veggies or your meat or whatever, and then you can mix them together at the end, boom, instant dinner, right? Easy mode. And if you want to get really fancy, you can put some you don't have to use beans specifically. Korean people love using, really specifically, they like using black beans. Korean people like putting beans and black beans in their rice when they're cooking it. But if that's not your speed, lentils. That's my personal favorite. You can put some lentils in there with your rice, and you have a little bit of a kind of a beanie quality, a little extra protein in there too. Lentils, for sure. Yeah. Brown. Oh, so is it because white rice is too, like, is it too starchy, or it's because it's too glutinous, too much gluten? Damn. 16 minutes, then done, so you don't fool around with it or nothing. Maybe cook. I don't know. I don't fool around with my pan cooking the rice very often unless it's one of those boxes. If it works for you, again though, Kayla, I say try fooling around with the short grain. And you know what? If I'm doing it on a stove, I like to experiment a little bit and pour like a little bit of, a little something in it while it's cooking, like some little bit of like some different assorted oils. Maybe if you have an olive oil or maybe like some tomato. I like to add acidity, so maybe a little salsa or just some straight up tomato. Just plop it right in there while it's cooking. Hey Slaz, keep me updated. I'm gonna take a peek at your art here real soon though. But thank you for showing up, man. Hope you have a good one. That's how your dad did it? Alright, I gotcha. Gotcha, you had to do the rice. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like even if I'm using a rice cooker, it's not a slow cooker or a pressure cooker, right? So I'll be very, very conservative with what I put inside the rice cooker. Like mainly it's just like rice, maybe some lentils or peas or beans or something like that. But I try to leave the seasoning for, afterwards. But you can get away with a little bit. Like, here's a good hack for you. Open up a ram. If you're doing a rice cooker, put some ramen seasoning inside of it, and then let it cook. Hey Lux, what's up, man? Glad you showed up. Are you being the best possible Filipino that you can, and you're eating all of your rice? I don't know. I got you here, man. There we go. There we go. There we go. Right here. Boom. The rice cooker. I saw that you were fooling around with a little bit of God Hand the other day, but you were doing RA. And I like God Hand. I think it's a great game. I've never played it, but I love watching people play it. Damn, like playing RA on God Hand. I wish you luck. Cool though. Chicken bouillon. Hey, even that would work, Killy. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That would work in a if you're doing stove. But you're doing long grain. Long grain on the stovetop. It's not bad. Change up your world a little bit and do some short grain rice with a little bit of glutinous rice in there if you want. You got one left on normal. Nice. We're just chilling for now. Working on a little bit of art in the meantime. Luck, I hope you're doing well. You're doing well. talking about, you know, you came in right when we were talking about rice, so you have an instant in with the conversation, right? We made it really, really easy for you. We made the bar very low for anyone that's Filipino. Hydration, damn. Hydration. And this is gonna be my hydration work tonight. I'm sorry, I'll hire guys. It's like my water is somewhere over there. I thank you for that. Oh, sorry. Kayla, yes. Yeah. Sure. Filipino rice powers. I know. Are they tingling right now? Are your rice powers tingling, Lux? Thank you for that. Redeem, Erica. Hope you're doing well. It's your bedtime? Okay, hey, I got you. Hi, Erica. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for chilling for a little bit. I hope the Mecha Chameleon went well. Sounds like it was kind of fun. But yeah, I had your stream pulled up and it looked like you were having fun. So that's good. It was a successful July 1st for you then. Thank you for showing up and catch me on the next one. Sound of fireworks. Oh, that's right. Happy. Hey, I don't know how many Canadians we have, but happy Canada Day. My neighbor to the Great White North. Happy Canada Day. Yep. I didn't forget. I was thinking about drawing Wolverine just for Canada Day, but I was also thinking about drawing Captain Canuck, who no one really remembers or knows at this point. Yeah, I was thinking probably here real soon. Everyone's been talking about it in my vicinity, my sphere. So yeah, I'm thinking like it's $6. I might as well. Hey, Senec. Hey, happy Canada Day. 8. Oh yeah. No, are you for real, Senec boy? You know Captain Canuck? Damn. Nice, I dig it. He's like he had it was the old, was it the 80s? The 80s run of Captain Canuck, but then he kind of came back in the kind of like the 2010s, and he was more of a I think he's always kind of been a sci-fi hero, but he was more classic sci-fi in the older Captain Canuck, and then the new one came out, and I think he was a little bit more modernized, but he just looked really, really cool. And I thought that was neat for someone like Captain Canuck, right? Hilton at Lake Louise. Lake Louise, you might have to educate me on that one, Lux. But even still, damn. The Hilton. You gotta tell your friend to hook you up one of these days, Lux. Whenever for today, yeah, I hope so. George Freeman, Richard Comley. Hey, Senate, hey man, you flexing the Canada Day Captain Canuck. I love it. Enjoy that. As far as maybe an American comic reader might go, Captain Canuck is a little bit fringe, but you know, I can imagine for someone who's Canadian, it might be a little bit more powered, and that's good. Like, nothing wrong with that. I think Captain Canuck is cool. And Human Lizard, if you know Human, I think you know Human Lizard, right? if you know Captain Canuck. Alright, let's check this shit out. Hold on. Oh shit. I don't know. Is anyone checking that shit out? Damn. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, Art of Raven D, what's up? We chilling for now, doing a little bit of sketchy art, but we're gonna get pushing on some inks here soon. Lux, damn. See it? There we go. Damn. That's where your friend works. Excuse me. Tell him to get you tickets right now. No, I'm joking, dude. I know it's not easy for everyone, but damn. That looks beautiful. Found out early what Canadian comics were done, and he was the first one. Yeah, no, for sure. I know, right? Poor guy. Lux, working there every day. Damn, he ended up changing his name to Captain Canuck. Nice. I mean, I'm not gonna LARP or say that I'm this huge Captain Canuck fan, but he's always been on my radar, him and Human Lizard. And I remember I did watch the documentary on the whole Captain Canuck saga like years ago, and I thought it was just really fascinating how Canada used to produce these really cheap black and white comics because their economy was kind of in the shitter, and just like all these things, and how Captain Canuck came to evolve from that, and it was just really fascinating. I thought it was really cool. Hey, Aha Erica, I'm gonna catch you on the next one, okay? I'm gonna be here. Don't worry. He has real absinthe or something like that. Damn, well, I mean, bro, you can go into any liquor store you want and get some real absinthe, right? Real? That's the way, oh shit. That's the way last winter. So creepy, damn. Oh. Well, absinthe used to be illegal, so you can still get absinthe now, but that's the legal version of it. So he might have the illegal version of it, which has probably more alcohol content in it. Yeah. If I got my history right. Okay, but anyway, let's go back to the drawing board. Damn, I love that we got some people in here that know Captain Canuck. It feels like. Maybe because I'm in the States, people don't care or know about the character, but I think he's cool. Yeah, Lux. Yeah. I mean, it probably is important, but you're not there, so you'll have to cut your teeth on something else in the meantime. Damn. No. Americans call Canadians hosers. Canuck is what Canuck is what Americans call Canadians, but also Canadians call themselves that too. A Canuck. Yeah. So we're talking about Captain Canuck. Okay. Going a little bit deep into the comic book lore today, which is nice. I welcome it. Okay, easy. Let's do a little bit of inking on this stuff. Not my favorite, but it's not bad either. Would copy paper and upgrade. Would copy paper be an upgrade from newsprint in the earlier? No, newsprint, Senex of Voya. Okay, newsprint should, if I have this right, newsprint always should be the absolute cheapest to print on, because it's just so, it's so thin, it's so absorbent, it's basically just pulp paper, and you can't really print a whole lot of color on it, so most of the time you're just going to get black and white. So it should be the absolute cheapest to print on newsprint. Hold on. Let's go over here.
This professional 32 TB
No.
SSD.
Not sponsored. The art's going good. Yeah, we're about ready to throw some inks on this stuff, Retro. Thank you for asking. Yeah, Novia was here, Lux. The art professionals. I'm glad that you think of us as somewhat of a duo in that we are the kind of the art skellies. I know that Nove does occupy that office. I feel like I have to catch up to her in some form or another. She's been perhaps maniacally efficient in the output that she's given us lately, Lux. But it's nice. Yeah. I do like that the Skellies are a group of people that are not only welcoming, but they are art appreciators. Newsprint honestly just feels right. There is an allure to newsprint, but like I said, it's really cheap, so what you can do on it is very limited. It's severely limited, but that doesn't have to be a demerit. It doesn't have to be a criticism. It just means that you have a hardware limitation, which means that the kind of story or the stories that you should be telling on newsprint should be of a certain ilk, and that's not bad. In fact, if anything, that should be a challenge. Newsprint, yeah. I have some newsprint right over there. I don't use it often, just because literally drawing on newsprint only welcomes really graphite. I have some dry pastels, but I have not been brave enough to try out that on newsprint. Yeah. It's white, nice, and still cheaper, yes, but not as low cost as newsprint. Well, so I will say this about copy paper, though. So most copy paper Senex Savoya is, and if I remember this right, it's called Diamond Bright, which is kind of more of a kind of a cool brightness, whereas newsprint is a warm brightness. So they're both the same. They could be the same brightness, but newsprint is a little bit more warmer. Copy paper is a lot more harsh. It's like having fluorescent lights on, and newsprint is like having warm lights on. You know, it's a little bit easier on the eyes. Copy paper you can still do stuff on, but it's really just I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would mass produce anything on copy paper. I don't know if ENIAC is here. I miss that guy. The art skelly. Yeah, hey, thank you for that, Lux. Yeah. And Tech. Yeah, Tech too. I think Tech he's been doing more art recently, which I enjoy. I completely welcome that. It like Lux, if you want to do art too, like I say do it. Whether it's, you know, my community or the Skelly's community, I want to welcome people to try their hand at any kind of artistic endeavor. I don't care if it's, you know, print medium. I don't care if it's music. I don't care if it's poetry. I don't care if it's the visual arts. Just as long as you're doing something creative and you're pushing something out, I completely welcome that. Newsprint gives you flashbacks. Why is that, Kaylee? The ones used in books today. Okay, so you know that's kind of interesting that you say that, Senex Savoya, because I don't think that they're in print anymore, but about like 10 or 15 years ago, DC Comics used to print their they would call them the I'm not sure if they were called the vintage collection, but they would basically print like all their really old stories from the 1960s and the 1940s and the 50s and blah blah on the really cheap paper that they would literally use back then, and it added a feel of authenticity to it, but it was still printed with today's printing technology, which made all the colors like crisp and clear. Nothing was offset, and I thought it was a success. So my short answer is yes, you can still use cheap paper to print comic books, but no one wants to do it. I haven't seen them yet either, Retro. Yeah. You used to be good, then computers took over. Hey, Lux. No one's asking for you to be good or bad or to compete with computers. I'm literally competing with computers and AI right now. I'm competing with the AI version of myself 20 years from now, but I'm still going to do this. Hey, nice, Retro. Transformers number 2. Transformers. Geekin on Transformers again, as you are wont to do. Oh yeah, this is gonna be easy. Hold on. I know, right, Retro? Like, literally talking with some of these comic book shop owners is like pounding my face into a brick wall. And I hate saying that because they should be of my same mindset and family and ilk, but they're not. They're just it's like they're just there to really get a couple bucks. It's just a job for them. And here I am spending my hard-earned money to not get the comic book that I want. So it's a concern, sadly. All right. $15 for $10. Yeah. Sonic Savoya, I get what you're saying. Like, for me personally, the price is also a concern. I used to go every single Wednesday, but now if you want Superman, if you want Aquaman, if you want Batman, those are all $5 books for 1 month. Just like not an annual, not a special giant size or anything. That is just a regular $5 book every single month. So I completely understand what you're saying. They're not going to print on newsprint. It would be cheaper, but they're not going to do it. As far as their trades go, I think they might experiment, but I'm not holding my breath. I wish they were cheaper for sure. Absolutely. I think gouging people for $5 for one issue of Aquaman is just, it's absurd. It's absurd. In our class and so skeleton a random thing. The charcoal unit, ooh. Kaylee, you're going back to the old charcoal days. I like it. Charcoal was a very fun time back in my high school days, but it was very short-lived. So I hope you had as much fun as I did. Maybe you didn't, but I thought it was awful fun. $3 for $20 gone exactly right, Zenik. And that's just $3. See, like for me, I will spend the $5, but two things. One, it has to be a book that I absolutely love. And two, I'm probably only going to buy one. I'm probably only going to buy one $5 book for that, visit, for that weekly and or monthly visit. So I will do it, but I will do it in very limited quantities. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at with that whole thing. Because $5 for a book. $5 for literally 20 pages of comic book. It's getting a little steep. That mountain just keeps getting taller and taller. Yeah. Transformers even $5. Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me, Retro? Yeah, $5. Easy. It's gonna be $6 next year, man. More of what you had to draw, not the medium itself. The skull? I mean, skulls are fun to draw. Skulls are... they're a little stereotype, but I still think they're fun to draw. Hey, Swampy Man, I'm glad you made it over here, bro. What about comic books? We talking about comic books here? Yeah, we're talking about how ungodly expensive they've gotten lately. But on the drawing board, we got a little bit of cartoon action going on. We're about to throw some inks on there. I'm just stalling for a hot minute. You had to do the whole skeleton. I will say though, Kaylee, drawing the whole skeleton does give you an anatomical base. Like I don't know if you're into an anatomy drawing or like you're like super into it, like it's an interest of yours. But at least if you're practicing on drawing the skeleton, you have like a pretty keen foundation on which to build on. It's not bad, but it's incredibly intricate. Because I'll also say that there's tons of, bone form that you're never going to see on a human body. Like most of the bones you're not going to see. What it can do though is give you a really, really nice stepping stone for like all the anatomy that's going to come afterwards. Here's a really good example, like the shoulder bones, right? If you know that your clavicles, say for instance right here, or if you know that your clavicles are here all the way to the end of your shoulders, and no matter how you place them, like they're always going to be the same length, like that's going to help you a lot as far as anatomy goes and drawing any kind of figure and any kind of perspective or pose or anything. Like knowing that is really, really fundamental. We're trying. Want to buy more? Yeah. There's scammers out there still, Swampy. No, you're good. He's a grifter. That's a different comic book character. That's Wildstorm. Let's not get into Wildstorm, right? That's Jim Lee and Brandon Choi's Wildcats. Does anyone know what Wildcats stand for? The CAT stands for something. Wild doesn't stand for anything, but it's Wild C.A.T. Does anyone know? Probably not. Wildcats. Thank you for that hydration. My hydration's right over here tonight. Swampy, I thank you for that one, man. I'm going to reward you with one of these. Boom, there you go. Swampy. Very swampy of you. Thank you for that hydration. Tragedy? Tragedy, what was Quiet Place, part 2? Okay, I'm gonna send you to the screen real quick. Who, me, Sonic Savoya? No. I do have my water over here. It's just kind of indisposed of right now. So I got that Mekju in the meantime. And you're free to join with me, Sonic Savoya. Yeah. Yeah, I do have my water somewhere around here, but I'd have to go and like fish it out. And I'm too busy yapping and doing the art. It was mixed with him. Mixed with Daredevil and who wrapped around the cross? No, there's no whiskey here, Sonic Savoya. You're good, man. Swampy Go BB, you know what's up. Sigs and no shirt, excuse me. Sigs and no shirt, hold on. Did I morph into like Schwarzenegger or something? Sigs and no shirt. What would that complete? Like the starving artist look? Or wife beater shirt? I don't know. I don't think I would look very good in a wife beater, but thank you, Cynic. All right. 2 seconds. 11111. Okay, I'm back. Let's throw some inks on this stuff and call it good. Let's see how inky we can make it. One second. No. I know. I'm moving some of the tools around. Give me 1 second. Getting the inks out, putting the pencils away, getting the dry medium graphites out of here. Okay. Alright. Thank you for hanging out, people. It's chill time on a Wednesday. And you know what? It's Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. And USA won their match against Bosnia-Herzegovina. So it's not so bad. Not so bad. Thank you for that, Swampy. I got you. Right over here. Right over here. Does this happen to you when another type of art commission or anything not related to what you usually draw? Does it hype up your inspiration for comic art ideas? I wouldn't necessarily say comic art ideas, but I would say that it does get me hyped. Just because doing commissions, you have to obviously serve the commission if I got that right, the commissionee, right? So whatever they want you to draw, whatever subject or whatever it is, you have to bend to whatever that will be. And that challenge gets me artistically excited. I'm not sure if I would say it leads me to other more engaging or better comic art ideas, but I do say that I relish the challenge of applying my own comic art style to whatever I'm being commissioned to draw, if that makes any sense. I hope it does. I mean, coming up with comic art ideas, that's not too hard to do. I just came up with one right here. But this was just, I thought, okay, am I doing comic books or am I doing cartoons? And then I thought cartoons. And then from that I thought, okay, what's a cartoon I haven't drawn that people might know? And, you know, this one just came to mind. It's not so bad. Finding subjects shouldn't be that hard. And you know what? Because I say finding subjects shouldn't be that hard, doing comic art by extension shouldn't be that hard. See, like, this is a cartoon. This is a cartoon from like the early 2000s, but I'm still applying my own comic art style approach to it. So as long as I get to do the chunky, inky line work that I myself am comfortable with, then, you know, subjects, they come and go. Subject is subject. And you need the big ones too, right over here. Okay, good, perfect. Okay, let's do this. Okay. So we'll start with Billy. William. Of course I have. Absolutely. Unless the character is black or Asian, the upper lip is always missing. It's kind of a I if I have to describe it dubiously, I would say it's an embarrassment of the medium, but I don't mean that as a criticism. It's just kind of natural. You have to understand that the printing technology that comic art has been using for for most of its life, it would not look right if the upper lip on white faces were colored in. It would look pink, just because, again, the magenta, the printing technology, it just wasn't up to snuff. So when you look at comic art, it's always absent, but again, it's just because of the medium it is. Flexing his muscles? Yeah, hold on, man. I got you. There you go. This is one arm. Why is he not in Marvel Rivals? You know, I saw all the new game reveals for just for Tokana actually. It was Deadpool, Loki, Blade, and who am I missing? Deadpool, Loki, Blade. Ghost Rider. The newer Ghost Rider, Jaime. So I was looking at that, and I was thinking, you know what? Even though all these guys look really cool, it's still gonna be a shitty game just because Man Thing isn't in the game. Yeah. Swampy Goat, yeah, you know what's up, fool. Hey, Glitter, what's up? Short King, I'm actually not that short. But thank you, I guess. Glitter, hope you're doing well out there. A little bit of inky art for now. How good will we make it? Will it be keen? Will it work? Will I make it work? Let's see. Dang, we had someone else in here earlier that was saying that they just went to go see Obsession. And I got you in here saying that you just went to go see the Backrooms. Okay, I've seen both Obsession and the Backrooms, and I can say I'm glad you liked it. And if I have to say something about it right now, I enjoyed the Backrooms more. I think both movies are really, really good. In fact, Obsession might be better, but I enjoyed the Backrooms more. That's just me. That's me. Obsession would be better. I think on a technical level, so if I'm talking about cinematography and camera placement and maybe it's really the cinematography was a lot better in Obsession, which I dug. I think the script and the screenplay was a lot tighter in Obsession, and those elements with maybe a couple other things make it maybe a better movie. But Backrooms I enjoyed more for, I think, the concept, and usually I don't go for big concept horror movies, you know, like we were just talking about Quiet Place, right? Someone was in here earlier talking about the Quiet Place franchise, and I like those movies, but it's one of those high concept horror movies that really kind of skates by just based off of the gimmick of it, and I like it, but I recognize that. So with that being said, I did like the Backrooms because of the gimmick. I liked the Backrooms because of the world that it put me in. You know, Obsession was very, very different in that way. The world of Obsession is like a pinpoint. It's like this, but Backrooms lets you kind of explore and extrapolate your mind, and to kind of it invites the audience to kind of come up with their own, I think, their own ending and their own fiction, which is very special. I thought that was a very, very neat element to the Backrooms that Obsession doesn't really have. But that's my own personal taste. Like I said, technically speaking, I think Obsession edges out Backrooms a little bit. There was still some really, really neat camera work and some really neat cinematography going on with the Backrooms, but I think Obsession beats it out just a little bit. It doesn't mean that it's bad at all. Both were really, really good, actually. Yeah. Acting is better? Acting is better in which one? You think the acting is better in Obsession? Yeah, so I would have to put Chi. I think it's kind of a hard one to call, but Chiwetel Ejiofor as it's not, what was his name? It wasn't Blake, it was I can't remember his name, but him against the girl and the main girl in Obsession was doing a great job. So if I can isolate those two, if I can isolate Chiwetel Ejiofor and I can't remember her name because I've seen her name and just reading articles and whatnot in the meantime. Yeah, I can't remember it, but if I can just isolate those two and compare them, I don't know, it's kind of hard. I think that's part of the hype. Part of the overhype for Obsession is the acting. I'm not gonna lie, the acting is great, but Chiwetel Ejiofor is like in the back rooms. He still does a really good job. In fact, if anything, I okay. So, just talking about it. In case you haven't seen the Backrooms or Obsession, like, you don't have to listen to what I'm about to say. So kind of a little bit of a spoiler alert, not too much. But so the actress in Obsession, she has one character to play. She has one note. She's literally a flat character, which it's not a criticism. It's actually by design. She's meant to be like kind of an object, just a device at that point as far as the story is concerned, which makes it so that the acting is very in a box. You cannot act outside of it. You cannot really, the only time you see her act outside of what she's meant to be, which is obsessed with the boy, is when she kind of snaps out of it. But Clark, I remember his name now, Clark, Chiwetel Ejiofor in Backrooms, he has a fully rounded character to act inside of. So the actor, he gets to portray all of the self-loathing, all of the hesitancy, the isolation, the mundanity, the hatred, the anger. He gets to portray all of that, subtly and to the nth degree, right? So basically there's a little bit more to chew on that bone as far as an acting role is concerned, right? So with that being said, I think maybe Clark is probably a better character, you know? He's a more rounded character. He's meant to be a more rounded character, if that makes any sense. That's just my take on that. I think they're both really exquisite at what they both do, but by its own story, by its own nature, Clark, Chiwetel Ejiofor, has more to work with. That makes his character very different, and the actor is very good at what he's doing too. He sold it to me when I was watching it. Indy Navarrete, yeah, Indy Navarrete, yes. DC Comics are gonna release Crescent Infinite Earths into compact comic in August. Hey, nice, Swampy. Do it. Draw it. Not draw. Pick it up and read it. Crisis on Infinite Earths, one of the classics, man. Let me know how you like it. You haven't seen Obsession yet? Oh, damn. Well, I hope I didn't blab too much about what was supposed to be kind of a surprise. I'm sorry, Glitter. Swampy, that story came out in the 80s. There's collected editions, there's deluxe editions, there's artist editions. That one's an oldie, but introducing that story into the very economic pocket edition, that's a smart move by DC, and by all means go for it. I support it. You don't care? Oh well, I'm not no. At a certain point you have to care about spoilers, don't you? The app? I mean, that's not bad. I would still recommend the comic form, you know, as it was originally intended, right? Comic form. The comic version of the story. So what we're gonna do with him is we're gonna make his pupils black because he naturally has black pupils. Is that whatever. Hey, Glitter, go pee. Go pee. I'm gonna be here. I'm just sitting here yapping. Go pee. You might invest in the comic version. Hey, I say do it, Swampy Man. Because you know what's really great about having the comic version is, because I know you get to open it up and use it as an artistic reference. It's a little bit more clunky and embarrassing to open up a digital copy of a comic book and then to, like, you know, zoom in and blow up what you're looking at as far as the page is concerned. But artistically speaking, you can open that up anytime, flip to whatever page you want, put a sticky note in there, annotate it, and it's your copy forevermore. I think that having a physical copy makes it a part of your morgue, and that's just a slang term for artists to use for their photographs or their artworks that they use as reference that are just, you know, physical mediums. Sometimes better than digital. Can you elaborate? Why would you say that? I'm interested in your answer, that's why I asked. Hey, thank you for that hydration, Glitter. Story you're reading, the experience of picking up the comic version, and that in case something happens, usually you got the comic book. I am thirsty. Unfortunately, I did not get my water, so I'm going to have to satiate myself and have the beer instead. So sorry. For example, with Superman. Okay, well, for me, it's not that hard. All you have to do is go to, you know, this. There's advertisements. All you have to do is go to a convention. Go to a convention or go to a comic show, and chances are most likely you'll be able to find something there that's like $1 comic box, 50 cents, maybe even a 10 cent if you're lucky. And just buy in bulk if you have to, and you will have almost an unlimited artistic reservoir to use as your own reference at that point. But yeah, absolutely, I would say physical. If you can't actually locate those old Supermans or those old Man-Thing comics, right, then by all means buy them digitally. Get them. I want you to read them. I want you to glean and learn from them. It doesn't matter if it's real, like IRL, like a floppy, or if it's digital. Like, just as long as you have it at some certain point. It kind of depends on what you're using it for, you know? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. If you read something digitally, I'm not going to say that you didn't read it. Like, you hella read it. I'm not going to speak out against it. Thank you for that hydration redeem. There's nothing wrong with reading it digitally. In fact, if anything, I would say that it's really good that the internet and the Internet of Things exists for you to read comic books like that. It's nice. Yeah, if you want Cynic Savoya, yeah, sure. Know what comics he makes an appearance in? Every Man-Thing comic that ever came out with him. Yeah, no, I get that. Even with a character like Man-Thing, who's like, yeah, his comics are hard to track down. I'm not gonna lie, his comics are hard to track down, and they're expensive. So if you can read them digitally by spending, a fraction of the cost, I say do it. Absolutely. No. Art of Raven D, I completely understand. Sometimes, I'm not endorsing piracy of comic books, but sometimes there really is no other way. Like, there just really isn't. Like there are some comics that are not even collected in trade format at all. And if it is collected in trade format, the printing run that book might be a part of is no longer in print, so you're going to pay $50 or $60 for like 10 comic books, right? Which becomes absurdist at that point. So again, I'm not endorsing piracy, but at a certain point you have to understand why people do it. For me, it's a little bit more archaeology. If I'm going to be pirating anything because it's so far gone out of print, then it's for a very specific comic book archaeological reason. And even with that, I'm really, really strict with. The most obvious example is Legion of Superheroes. That's not even collected in a trade format, so I have to go and get the floppies. Yeah, it's in Art of Raven D. It's incredibly dubious. I really don't do it hardly ever at all. I think I've done it maybe once. Like the most obvious example I can think of, Art of Raven D, is there's literally a comic book that it was a Golden Age comic book that came out in the late 1940s, and it had not been collected. It has not been collected at all, still to this day, if my research is still accurate. And so I had to do a little bit of research into, okay, has this been collected? Can I read it? Where is it? And so that, one thing led to another. But I don't indulge in that very often at all, I would say. I try not to pirate, especially when there's malicious sites. Yeah, I understand that. No, you're good, Art of Raven D. Some archival comic sites, yeah, there are. You have to be careful with what sites to trust as far as the archival site stuff goes, but yeah, I definitely hear you, Senex Savoya. But literally, when I'm doing Golden Age archaeology, so I'm talking about comic books from the 40s, that like a lot of it is even in public domain, so they're literally no one can package these comics and make money because they exist in the public domain. No one in their right mind would try to do something like that, right? But if I want to read something like that, where can I go? Literally the only place is online. And that at that point, if it's in the public domain, is it even piracy? Like, one has to wonder. I would probably say no. Senex Savoya, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Eastern style / manga, anime, comic books. Those have really outshone the American Western style comic books, especially here in the kind of modern age, the 21st century day and age, right? So I can't say I'm surprised. I'm a little disappointed, but I can't say I'm surprised at all, really. Because they're expensive, yeah. One volume of a manga isn't that bad. You get like what, 4 or 5 issues in about $11 to $16 American. That's not that bad. Borrow. Hey Retro, thank you for showing up, man. I appreciate you. I'm gonna be here on the next one, okay? I hope everything is going well with you. I know that things might be a little bit trying for now. Hope everything's well with you, Retro. Get some good sleep in you. Get some good food in you. All right, I'll see you on the next one, man. Manga being better for I mean, did I say I was surprised? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by manga being more not just attractive but more economic than buying comic books. I mean, like here's the most very obvious example. Manga's printed in black and white. You know how much money you save by printing in black and white? Most of your money. You save most of your money by printing in black and white. As far as publishers are concerned, absolutely. So that paired up with the fact that they're hip, they're popular, they're what people are reading currently as opposed to American comic books. Absolutely, it's not surprising at all. You know, in fact, if anything, I've seen more and more manga influence infiltrate modern comic book art right now. And it's just not right now. It's been going on since the 2000s, the whole 2000s. I mean, if you want to go back into the history of it, back into the 90s, manga and Japanese style art's been influencing American comic books since the 90s. But it's only gotten more and more influence as time's gone by. So it's not surprising. It's alright. That's not bad. It's kind of healthy in its own way, but not in like such high doses. Enjoy looking at them. Yeah, kind of the same here. I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say that there's a little bit of a manga Eastern influence in what I'm doing. But for the most part, I really like to stick my bread and butter into the more semi-realistic Western style comic art house of things. That kind of art philosophy. Rather than the more cartoony, stylized version of what manga art offers, which isn't bad. It's just that's my style. I like looking at it, but it's not necessarily my style. I have a little bit of an influence though. What? Sea Vipers theme, damn. Arcane animated style. So Senexaway, that would be like a little bit like Spider-Verse Miles Morales Spider-Verse style then. A dummy down version of representational art. That might be a little bit too esoteric for me, Art of Raven D, unless you want to expand upon that. Dummy down version of a representational art. It almost sounds like maybe like caricature art or like cartoon art. I'm not too sure. Hey, you good, Swampy? Who are you maining right now? The DC animated ones? Are you talking about Bruce Timm? Bruce Timm style? Dennis Wood? Basically it. Okay, I got you. 1 second. Sorry. The Thing, the ever lovin', blue-eyed. Okay, so Art of Raven D, it sounds kind of like Impressionism. It sounds like you're more of a fan of Impressionism. And if I have to really dilute that into a description, I would just say the idea of the subject, and the subject could be anything from a character, a person, or a background, or a setting, or anything like that. What can you boil down about that to give you the idea of it? And that's kind of the heart of Impressionism, right? So something a little bit more impressionistic, I think, is what you're attracted to, if I got that right. Heck, is this Guilty Gear? Yeah, it's Guilty Gear still. Look at Batman Nightfall. What about Nightfall, Sonic Soria? You mean the movie of it? Which isn't even out yet, or you mean the comic? Oh, the oil painting. Yeah. See, I got you pegged, right? Art of Raven D. Impressionism, which isn't bad. I love Impressionism. I mean, if you're trying to blend Impressionism with comic art, then you're definitely gonna get something unique and niche, and there's nothing wrong with that. Classical Impressionism, though, is kind of what I'm a little bit more used to as far as that terminology goes. It's not bad. I do like it. I kind of have a soft spot for Impressionism. Impressionism, and even a little bit of post-Impressionism. Yeah, the neat animated one. What about a Sonic Savoya? Like, what are you trying to say about Nightfall? Like, that's the kind of style that you like? Because, okay, so if memory serves, Nightfall, that was Graham Nolan art, if I remember right. So it, like, literally the new Nightfall animated movie, it's just trying to copy what Graham Nolan already put down, if I got that right. And I haven't even seen the trailer yet. Some people think they're realistic, some don't. Alright. That's kind of the way of... How do I say it? The way of the world as far as art goes, especially with something that's impressionist style, right? Some people are going to look at that and think like, oh yeah, that's realistic, and others are going to have a, you know, like the term realistic is going to have a little bit of a leeway, a little bit of a softness to it. Some people think realistic looks one way, and some people think realistic looks another way, right? Like that, for instance, right? That looks realistic, right? I call that semi-realistic as far as comic art's concerned, right? But some people will look at that and think, oh yeah, that looks realistic. So if you're using charcoal and people are hitting you back with, oh yeah, that looks realistic, I can see what you're saying. You're kind of getting tripped a little bit, which isn't bad. You know, like part of the, I hate saying trickiness, but you know, part of art, part of doing art, visual art, is tricking you into believing the expression. What are you trying to express? You know, what are you trying to put down onto the paper or to the canvas? And what are you trying to, I hate saying sell, but what are you trying to sell to the audience, and how much they believe that salesmanship? That's part of the trick that I'm trying to say, right? So that's what leads them to this train of thought. Oh, that's realistic. You know, oh, that's realistic. Oh, that's impression style. You know, like, oh, that's surrealist style, you know. That's going to vary between everyone. There would be some people to say even this looks realistic, which it doesn't. Not to me anyway. Necronomicon, hey, nice. Old school Necronomicon. I think we were talking about that Evil Dead burn last time you were here at Glitter Clitter. I'm glad to see that the Evil Dead train is still going. I like that. The animated style, I got you, Saxoria. It's... I'd have to look at it again. Yeah, I'd have to look at it again and see what the trailer really entails, because I've really only seen it like in passing or even stills of the trailer. But Senex Savoy, yeah, I gotcha. The detail wise, no. Not realistic. The lightness, yes, but detail wise, no, right? Then that's more impression style. Hey, Art of Raven D, you know what? I have the same thing. You know what? You know what artistic comment makes me roll my eyes that I've heard too many times about my style is it looks messy, which isn't bad, but it does make me roll my eyes. It's a dubious compliment, but I still accept it. It's a compliment. Your art style looks messy, your inking style looks messy, but it's a good messy, they say. So I take that and I try to learn from what I can, but it's oh no, I don't mean it in a negative way. Like it's really kinetic and I like it. Oh, so you know, I only do my best and I just try to learn from those kind of instances. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about then. Yeah. So, well, when I hear that though, I with my artistic brain, I think, oh, I'm a messy artist. Maybe I should fix that, you know, in my own brain of things, my own headspace of thinking about things is, oh, I need to clean up my act. You know, if I'm getting people to tell me that my art is messy, then I really need to change. Something's wrong, and I need to do something to fix this because everyone is telling me it's messy. And I don't necessarily set out to draw something that's messy. So I equate that, well, is it just my style? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit is my style. A little bit of it is just pure messiness. It's been a time. I can't say a fun time, but it's been a time, you know, learning and trying to basically iron that out. Painting? What are you using these days, Art of Raven D? Acrylics? New painting? That's nice. I don't think you should get tripped up on what people are saying. I think if you really want to use that comment as a form of criticism and you want to learn to grow from it, to try and get away from what they're saying, then I say go for it. But in the meantime, I think it's really essential to let your style breathe and grow organically, as pretentious as that might sound. Thicker animals, yeah. Wow, I look forward to seeing what kind of acrylic craziness you're up to these days, Artery. Stuff. I haven't been fooling around with acrylics really hardly ever at all. I just use my water-based paints for airbrush when I'm doing this kind of stuff. You know. In fact, it might be time for a little bit of big marker. Well, speaking of which. Art of Raven D, yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a little bit of a temperamental piece of equipment to be using on your art, but it's a lot of fun. It's rewarding, I would say, in its own way, you know, like with lots of artistic tools. But it's definitely niche and neat, I would say. I love using my airbrush. I don't always get the chance, but I love using it. Use acrylics in a bit. Well, that's because Kaylee, you're cutting your teeth on Adobe. You know, you're doing digital right now. Oh, you're using mineral spirits too when you're doing indoors? Damn. Yeah. No. So, Art of Raven D, no. I completely get you. Not with the mineral spirits, but I have gotten headaches from like those kind of paint fumes before, so I totally get it. And you know what? If I want to extend that even further, very artist of you, right? So thoughtful, so inflective, just so delicate, you know, to be ailed by just the mere fumes of the tool is romantic in its own corrupt way, which artistically is kind of nice, isn't it? Okay, good. Who's drunk with the inspiration, Senex Savoya? Me or you? Oil paint. I would like to try oil paint too. One of these days. One of these days. Turpentine. Damn. No wonder you're an artist now, right? Art of Raven. Using the Gamblins paint. Yeah. Gamblins is a good brand though. Oh, you were doing it for months? Yeah. Not working tonight? Hey, excellent. I work tomorrow. You can have a beer with me, Art of Raven Dave, if you so choose. Really? Well, I would say the worst it ever got for me was cleaning out airbrush stuff, but all the paint is water-based. I'd still have to use up the whole bathroom, the whole sink to just clean up that tool. But it never really gave anyone headaches. It was never that bad. Switch. No, you're good, Kaylee. If you want to share, you're good. Appreciate that. Go down here real quick. Thank you for that one, Swampy Man. I appreciate that. Princess Mononoke. Hey, nice, nice. Paint that scene, that one scene, Kaylee. I'll check it out if you want to share it. I mean, post it on the Discord. Thank you for that hydration again, Wampi Man. I appreciate that, man. Brain Dad? Brain Dead. Thank you for the Nicolas Cage. I appreciate that. I'm trying to, Brain Dead. What brings you in? Chilling? Thank you for Toad Redeem as well, Brain Dead. You're just chilling for tonight. Do you know what this is? Do you know this shit? Dumb one. Favorite character? Nice, man. You mean your favorite character wasn't Hoss Delgado? Kidding me? Showed up like every 10 episodes. Eye patch with a robot hand. But I'm glad that the shift at the nursing home went well. Glad you're able to just chill out in the meantime. Kind of what we're doing, just chilling out here at the drawn board doing Twitch art. He's the real man. Hoss Delgado. It was always good when him and Scar showed up. The neighbor. He was the freaking neighbor. Damn. Yeah, hope it was a good shift. We're just chilling for now. Happy Canada Day if you're Canadian. If you're not, I don't care. You can have it anyway. Happy Canada Day. Billy's son? Did he have a son? Like, I remember Billy's dad. I don't remember Billy's son, though. What else was you geeking on back in the day? Was it like any like Cow and Chicken or Real Monsters or Ed, Edd n Eddy? Just getting curious now. Lab and like Ed, Edd n Eddy, or you're talking about like the more kind of latter day era with Camp Lazlo, Total Drama Island, you know, go even further into like Adventure Time. Like what kind of era are you talking about? Like, Cartoon Network had a bunch of different eras, Kelly.
Ordinary
Hey, nice, brain dead. I like some of my like old school memories was literally not having Cartoon Network and then going to not my friend's house, but literally my dad's place of employment, and they had a lobby in there with Cartoon Network, and I would just tune in and just watch Courage of the Cowardly Dog. I remember that. Remember that shit. So I recognize Wallace Lovecraft. Thank you for still hanging out, man. Boomerang was a vibe. I love that they explicitly showed all the old school Hanna-Barbera stuff. It's definitely its own ilk, but I love it. And I love going back to the old school. Even when I was young, you know, I still liked watching older stuff that really I had no idea about. You know, Magilla Gorilla, Octopussy, even some of the Flintstone stuff and Jetson stuff. But the Hanna-Barbera era, Boomerang was all up in that. Adamant. Up to Adventure Time and Steven going from Ed and Dexter all the way up to Adventure Time and Steven Universe. I got you, man. Courage scared you. There were some scary elements to it. I think it was just so off kilter that it kind of had to scare you to a certain degree, even though it really, like on paper, it's really not scary. But then when you actually see how they utilize, like their painting and their actual, like they had actual actors like doing hands and faces, like it, like their use of mixed medium was so severe that it eked into a level of fear for children, and I thought that was very, very unique. SpongeBob actually used to do the same thing. So did Ren and Stimpy, but Courage to, I think, an even greater degree, just because it was based around the element of kind of a scare factor. Hey, gotcha, Swampy. Nice troublemakers. I look forward to reading the lore. More lore drops here, man. Constantly watched Adult Swim. Yeah. I think we all kind of had that era, like to some degree or another. I don't know if it took place on Toonami or it took place on YouTube, but whether you're one or the other, I think we all kind of moved through that era. I was definitely more of a Toonami and Adult Swim guy, but more so, I guess when I was a little kid, Toonami. The Hanna-Barbera, like, which one was your favorite, Kelly? Of the Hanna-Barbera catalog, did you have a favorite?
We're getting ready to do our first ever blind
Oh,
tasting.
hold on.
These are
We
what
got
they are.
ads for the first time in a long time. And I will say apologize, but we are coming into the late hours, and I'm gonna try and wrap things up here in the next 5 minutes or so. You like too many of them? Damn. Not a bad answer. Gumball was one of those things where I had already aged out. Like, I was not into Gumball. But yet I've seen that Gumball, I guess, had a lot of staying power, and people really glommed onto it, and I guess lots of younger people, you know, younger than me, they really latched on the Gumball and they like it. So I can't fault them for that. If they like it, that's cool. I just, you know, never really watched it. That or regular show, things of that nature. I was kind of a different era, which I'm not hating on it, but I think the animation style is a little bit dorky. But that's just me. I'll trash on it later. Side scroller, like, that's because everything went to not only computer animated shows, all the cartoons were computer animated, but they also went to a different art style completely. They went to the Cal Art style, which is basically like I would describe it like the Beanhead style, so we're like bendy limb, where they just have like the really straw, like, rubber hose, the rubber hose style limbs with the bean heads. Regular show, Flapjack, Gravity Falls, Adventure Time. They all adhere to the same design aesthetic, which I grew very tired of quickly. I didn't really like it. I know some people like it. Maybe some younger people like it. It just wasn't really my thing. Had Dig It Swampy. Do it me. But I love coming up with even more villain characters in my own like comic series that I haven't worked on, but making villains and foils is lots of fun. Easy to do. I couldn't tell you, brain dead. I couldn't tell you, but I'm sure that they're probably a lot different. The landscape and the format of the cartoons has to at this point have changed because of things like streaming. I wouldn't doubt it at all. Yeah. Wacky Racer is nice. Flintstones, Jazz and Scooby-Doo, Johnny Quest, and Tom and Jerry. Do you remember Wingdings, Kaylee? Before Wacky Racers, there was Wingdings, and Dick Dastardly was driving an old school biplane. You remember that one at all? Kind of nutty, but then he transitioned over to cars. One of these days, oh man, Dick Dastardly. It would be really, really easy for me to draw him and Muttley, the dog. Penelope Pitstop, maybe. Hanging out, just like looking all like cheeky and cute. And then Dick just being like evil, malicious. Wingding it was the before Wacky Races. This Dick Dastardly, the main villain in Wacky Races, he was in Wingdings, which was just a show about him and I think 2 or 3 other cohorts, and they were all in airplanes, just old school airplanes, trying to basically catch a pigeon. That was what it was about. Wingdings, yeah. Pretty dumb. Wacky Races was better. Might not be on the internet. Damn. Okay, no, here we go. I think this is it. Oh, I guess that's it.
Hey, fellers, are you... The dance?
What did he say? What did he say?
He wants to know if we're going to the barn dance.
Barn dance? Where?
Right over there.
Ah, for lunch. Boy! This soup tastes more like mop water. Who left the mop water boiling in the soup pot?
Don't ask me, Chief. I'm trying to figure out how these alphabets got into my mop water.
Get enough of that, right? You do remember that one, yeah. Critic. Outside of Bluey are targeted towards adults with Invincible, Smiling Friends, My Adventure with Superman, X-Men 97. Isn't that a little bit telling that popular cartoons are being made for adults these days? The nostalgia market is still very, very fat. Right. I would believe that. BoJack Horseman, yeah. I'll show you this one.
Dad, is this Gorilla Team? What a cheater.
Novo Peugeot 208. Dentro dele é outro mundo. Peugeot.
Peugeot. Wasn't there like one more? I feel like there was one more. Hold on. I guess that's it. Yeah. Yeah, but even still. When commercials were creative. Damn. Double drat. Okay.
Skeletor saved at Money Supermarket. And now, he feels epic!
Baby, look at me and tell me what you see. I can catch the moon in my hand. Don't you know who I am? Remember my name. Say, I'm gonna live forever. I'm gonna learn how to fly. I feel it coming together. Baby, remember my name.
By the power of Grayskull,
It was awesome, Brain Dead.
you're so Money Supermarket.
Okay. All right. Enough of that. Enough getting distracted. You're so Money Supermarket, Kaylee. You're so Money Supermarket. Brain Dead, really? You're so Money Supermarket these days. Damn, I didn't know that. You're so Money Supermarket. Yeah. Yeah, the He-Man movie was lots of fun. I thought it was lots of fun anyway. It is time. It is time for me to get out of here. Let me check really quick if there's anyone I can hook up. Oh yeah, and one more thing. Brain Dead, if you want to get in the Discord, you can. Anyone else, you feel free to. But you can only hit it right now. There it is. Okay. See if there's anyone to raid. I am ending right now, Doug. I'm ending right now. Are you still going? You are. You are. Damn. Oh shoot! You got hella people in there. You want to raid? Swampy, thank you for showing up. Appreciate you. Whenever you're here, I appreciate it, man. I really do. I will. We're just gonna hook up our friend. We're gonna hook up. Okay, so I don't think it's right now. We are going to raid. Okay. It's all right. It's all right. I don't know why you're here, Doug, because you're gonna get hooked up. Do you really? Really? I'm glad you do. I try in my own small way. Doug, thank you for sticking around as long as you did. I'm sending them all your way. You're geeking out on the finals. I love it. Kaylee, the Avatar fan, thank you for sticking around as long as you did. Chatting as long as you did. Swampy Man, I know you just left. Appreciate it. Brain Dead. Hope you had a good shift. Glad you showed up. Thank you for the follow. We're going to be back here again, maybe Friday. We'll see. Maybe put some on the Discord. We're going to be doing even more art. We didn't even get this one done, but we're just chilling, talking, yapping about all things cartoon, Hanna-Barbera, art technique, and all manner of get out, all manner of things. But I'm glad that you showed up. It was fun having you here. Yeah, it's lots of fun. I really appreciate it, Kelly. So, with that being said, Giga Dougie, he's chilling out on the finals, but I love y'all. I'll catch you on the next one, okay? We'll do even more art and, talk even more trash, okay? Do the things that make you feel like yourself. Happy July 1st, everyone. Okay, it's the 1st of July. We're gonna kick ass this month, okay?